Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, non-binary finery, everybody else out in the audience. Welcome. We're back. Software development, programming in Rust. Continue to work on the Fantasy Tavern Maker. And today we're going to be messing around with NixOS and Rust, and Docker as well, if all goes the way I want. In fact, I should probably update my little thingy here. Let me grab that. Copy that, because that was just done ad hoc, right? There we are. And let's go over here, and boop. There we go. Nope, let's not do it that way. Let's there, and then just get this bit. Oh, well, actually, all we need to do is just grab that and tuck it in there, like so. And then we can make this go away, and then we can just save that, like so, and boop. Yeah, okay. Can I do that? Yeah, okay. But now I don't like how that looks. Hang on a sec. Alright, that is which item? That is watermark.txt. We will unlock it. We'll move it up a bit like that. And we'll stretch it a bit like that. And then let's add a filter, maybe. I'm scrolling. No, I don't want to do scrolling. Scrolling's annoying. Select font, maybe. No, that's okay. Select color. Huh. You can't do justification or anything. It's really odd. Properties. Lowercase, start case. Alignment. Oh, there we go. Alignment center, please. Thank you. Vertical alignment bottom. Yeah, I'm alright with that. And then yeah, that's okay. And done. Okay, and then we can lock that again. There, that's better. And then I want to move that above the chat box. Like that. Okay. And maybe a bit more. No, I don't want to move it. Yeah, I'm okay. That's a bit better. I want to move it more too far to the right. Out of curiosity, if I say transform and I say center horizontal, it puts it there, and I'm okay with that answer. All right, cool. That's better. So yeah. So you can see where we're at with the application right now. You know, if I refresh the screen, where it's live, right? I've got my that's the app running there, all right, in the window. So if I go here and I kind of shrink this a bit, so you can see everything that's going on, and I hit shift, and I shift click to refresh, reload, right? You can see, bang, there we go. That's the whole thing. So it's working. That's cool. Lots more to do. So let's talk about the plan for today, and then let's dive in and do it. So, oh, one sec. I need something to drink. My throat's a little hoarse. One sec. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's talk about the plan. So the next step is what I want to do is get this running inside a Docker environment. The machine that it is running on is NixOS. Let's talk about that, right? So Nix version, there we're 218, right? Let's embiggen that so you can see it a bit better. There we go. Right. So that's here, right? Git push. Oops. Let's get that pushed out. And there we go. Key authentication. So unless you're here, it doesn't matter how many. It doesn't matter how many characters are in my password. So there we go. That's pushed up to my GitHub repo for my Nix. All the boxes, I've got 5 of them. The idea is to set it up as an HA Kubernetes cluster eventually. Right now, O1 is my dev. It's my dev and dev load balancer and SQL Server box. That's what it does, right? So, pretty straightforward Nix config. There's nothing here too terribly fancy. I build everything, you know, in small pieces. Like, for example, add swap, right? It is that simple, right? Nice bite-sized chunks, easy to work with. Let's see here, micro. Now, the 2 pieces that are worth talking about right now are, this is my box config. The way essentially all the machines look the same, the only thing that varies is their boxin, right? You can see this one's called boxin nixo1.nix. If we quit out of here, LL hosts, you'll see that I've got 4, 3, 4, 5. I actually need to make a copy there of, so we're going to copy Nick. I needed an O2. I haven't done that yet. Here we go. Oh. Hosts. Let's go into hosts and do that. Like that. All right. And then micro box and O2. Right. So that is O2, and that means that's 114, and that's really all there is to it, right? I do everything else by declaration. Pretty straightforward stuff. O2 is cube role is going to be master or main, I think is what I call them. Main. Now I'm gonna have to go look at my Kubernetes. Dev NixOS. More Kubernetes. Oh, kube. No, I'm using master. Okay. A3. That's the terminology they use. I don't like it, but that's fine. So kube role master. There we go. And that'll do the rest of the configuration by itself once I get that working the way I want. So save quit. Here we go. So, so anyway, that's how it works, right? Git add that, and git commit mine am, adding one new host for cluster build out, and done. Okay, man, here we go. So that's my layout, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. If you have any questions about NixOS, go ahead and shout out. If I don't know the answer, I will find it out for you. I'm still learning, lots to learn yet. I have unfortunately made the mistake of taking on one of the worst documented pieces of software in Nix, which is the Kubernetes build-out. Something this important, you'd think they'd have better done, but I could just build it quote outside Nix, which is what I did with Rust, and I'm thinking about rolling that back and doing a Rust only a Nix based Rust install, but I just literally ran Rust up and was done with it, and it worked. So I could just do the same thing with Kubernetes, and I may be forced to. But let's talk about what I'm doing on this machine that's interesting. So micro hosts, and that's box and Nixo1. So what I've done different on this machine is I've added Nginx, right, with the usual default settings, right, usual optimizations, and then I have defined Nginx to run as a proxy. Okay, so there's my Rust rocket, right, and you can see that it is running on localhost 8000, and I've instructed the server to listen on 8082, right. One sec. And firewall was the other one I wanted. There we go. Right, and so if you go back here, you'll see that my URL is 8082. So I'm connecting, I don't have an FQDN for it yet, so I'm talking over 113 to 8082, and then Nginx is doing the magic to do proxy forwarding, right? Dirt simple. Nothing too grand there. Works flawlessly. I didn't bother going through the aggravation of trying to look up all of the Nix configuration options to do it. I just did it as a stream config blob. You can do, like, all of these pieces exist as options to give you a more declarative layout, but this works for now, right? I'll argue with it more later, I guess is the best way of putting it. I have more work to do on my Realm config, which is the St. Peter's 7965 declarative up here. And yeah, once I've got that done, I'll worry about it. For now, this works. And then I have also a MariaDB, and I've got that listening externally on 13.306. And of course, it's local hosted 3306, and there's my firewall.nix, and you can see what I'm doing, right? SSH, my Kubernetes stuff, my DNS stuff, and then my Rust rocket, and then I'm just doing firewall enable, and then my allowed ports list, my firewall list. Dirt simple. I could be doing all of that. I could be doing some of that in here, basically, opening ports as I defined in my stream config. But I just like having it all in one place, so I can just at a glance see what's up and what's down, right? So that's the box. I have a couple things I need to sort out, but that's specifically I'm having some troubles talking to my MariaDB from my workstation. I know that's MariaDB by default is only going to listen to a Unix socket, so I need to figure out what the joy is to get it to talk to network. I just need to look up the documentation. It's not going to be that hard. I just need to do it. So that's the walk over the box. It's about the size of a pair. By the way, the server in question is about the size of a pair of 120 millimeter fans, case fans, stacked one on top of the other. It's I got 5 of these little bricks. They're sitting over in my home lab, and like I say, the objective here is to set up a redundant, a properly redundant Kubernetes cluster. So, yeah. So let's talk more about this. So what I want to do now is try and Dockerize this, and this is not something I've ever done before. So there's going to be a little bit of going on as we sort this out. So, right. So right now this is working. When this thing spins up, it does absolutely everything I want. I got 2 pieces left to write. The first of which is the NPC tool. And then is the interface to talk to from this application to the NPC tool in real time. And I want each of those running in separate Docker containers is the objective, right? Yeah. The question becomes is how. It's going to be a bit of a troll, I think. So let's go. So the first thing I need to do is let's get my Visual Studio up and kicking here. Here we go. All right, there we are. So I need to play with my NixOS is the first thing I need to do, right? Because I do not have Docker installed here for me. So we're going to go users and okay, where's the developer software group? Okay, so common packages blah, and I'm going to say developer packages. Packages with packages, right? PKGS, semicolon brace. Oops, no, square brace. Thank you. There we go, and semicolon that right away. And then let's go here and application development Nix search, and this is Docker. Yeah, Docker. There we go. Docker client? What's the difference? Okay, oh, really? Okay, so we need packages Docker, right? And then here we're gonna say plus like that. And I think what I'm going to do is move some of these items up into Alejandra. Yeah. And then packages, GitHub, lazy git. Yeah. Right. I thought I had NixOS installed on this thing as a Nix. Where's the? Oh, that's where that is. Okay, I don't want you typing over there, though, you dummy. I want you typing over here at Nix. Why you not work? Why for you not work? Nix IDE. Yeah, I have that installed. Enable, please. Thank you. I really do wish more of these things explained how they were different than other things, because I hate... Oh, here we go. Alejandra, yes, absolutely, thank you. Let's get rid of Nix format, it drives me nuts. Thank you. It doesn't do a good job. Like, really does not do a good job. Okay. Alright. Hopefully. Can we get this thing to work properly now? Can I okay, format document. Thank you. Alright. So what else have we got down here? NeoVim drives me batty, but I know it's all the rage. So we'll put that up here for anybody who cares. And developer packages down here as well. There. Okay. Those are pub key, so I'm not too worried about that. Okay, so that's... Okay, let's... Control A, Shift A, NixOS stuff. Okay, and then NX rebuild. Yes, those are changes I made. There we go. I need to check. No Boilerplate has got a couple recommendations for excellent log managers that I want to, and there's one of them which does a very good job of displaying build progress, and I want to incorporate that into my my NX rebuild. There we go. Ta-da! All right, so we are now Gen 68 down here. Now we're Gen 69. Yay, look at us. Okay. So that's done. Oh, I forgot to do something. Okay. And then I need to set virtualization enable. Virtualization Docker enable. Docker rootless, Docker D. Okay. And what do you do? Docker client. Okay, probably want to have Docker client as well now that I think about it. So we'll go back here. Don't need that. I'm surprised it did an error about that, in fact. There we go. That's a bit better. Nope. It's a little bit more reasonable there. It's actually a bit more the way I think, for lack of a better way of putting it. And then I will need to look that up. Copy. So we're going to go up here. We're going to go to Nix options. And that. Okay. That's pretty straightforward. Um, and then, so we'll go back here. How am I going to do this? This is a good candidate for hosts, honestly. Hosts? That's NixOS. Where's my host file? Where's my hosts folder? Oh, it's up here. Just hadn't scrolled. Okay, and this is box 01. So we are gonna add this. Copy. Right? That's all that has to be. Is there anything else I need to talk about with virtualization Docker? Let's see what, okay. Docker storage, rootless enable. Okay, enable NVIDIA, it doesn't have an NVIDIA, it doesn't matter. Aha, okay, so we absolutely want to, okay, so we're just going to standardize on BetterFS right away. That's why I looked this stuff up, because there's always a gotcha. So we're actually going to put this equals here, and then we're going to do that. Enable equals true, right? And then and then we're going to say storage driver copy is going to be equal to BTRFS and yep, there's the error messages, right? Okay. Log driver. Journal D is fine. Live restore. Incompatible. Okay. All right. Defaults to listen options. Docker sock. Okay. Enable on boot. Yeah. Okay. We're going to explicitly set this true. It defaults to true, but we're going to explicitly set it to true so that, amongst other things, I don't forget. Every once in a while, I will repeat IPv6, yeah, that's fine. Every once in a while, I'll repeat default values just so that I, at a glance, when I'm looking at my config, I know what I've agreed to. All right. Okay. Yeah. So there we go. That's that. So now we'll just rebuild our config. Right. An X rebuild. Yeah. Yep, that's fine. There we go. So now I ought to have I have a Docker version. Oops. 2409. There we go. Docker PS. Okay, that's going to be a potential problem. Because I don't want to be sudoing all the time, but I mean, if I have to. Root doesn't have that. Bark. Alright, sudo chown, plus G, okay, first off, what are the permissions on that right now? Root Docker. Okay, so I want to be part of... Okay, so the problem is I have to add me to the Docker group. Okay, piece of cake. Users. Groups is going to be Docker. There. Actually, I'll just, yeah, don't need to do that here. I can just add it down here. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't hurt anything to put it up there, but I'm actually going to put it back up here because that way I don't get any errors about things that don't exist if I've uninstalled Docker, right? There. Top. And we don't want that comma there. Okay. So, yet another rebuild. I probably should have set up the other user for that as well, but that's okay. So now, permission denied. Why? root docker read write. I'll have to log in, log out again. Okay. And then if I just open AC, there we go, and then docker ps. No, still not. Okay, I'm gonna have to log all the way out. Okay, fine. Okay. And then log back in. There we go. Okay. Probably would want to, yeah, anyway, we'll worry about that later. So we'll recreate our screen session. Okay. So we're going to go, we can rm-r, hard copy, I don't care about it. We'll move into dev and projects. There we go. And then watch. Yeah, there we go. All right, that's back up and operational. We can confirm that. Oops, wrong button. Right, there we are. Okay, 2. So now we have our thing. So now we want to do a Docker file. Add Rust project. Add Rust project to Docker container. Never done this before. Okay. Let's see what this says. Images and containers, okay. Okay, Docker's already done. I have a cargo.toml, so I want to create, okay. So we're going to cd dev projects fantasy, yep, like so. We're going to touch our Docker file, right? Okay. Okay, now this is what date is this? Okay. All right, so this is relatively new. I can go with this. All right, that's what I always check dates because, yeah. All right, write the Docker file. Single source code main RS cargo toml. Main RS is responsible for starting the app, launching the web server, exposing endpoints, blah. Okay. Okay. So, okay, as build, sure. Copy. Now, we now have a, okay, let's close my NixOS stuff and go into my projects folder, and I have a Docker file. Yes, please. Okay. Okay. Run Rust up target. Here's the problem with this, is they're premised... do I not get to state? Okay. So we're going to need... Okay, no, that's the Docker engine, which I don't care about, actually. How do... Run executes a command. That's cool. So implicitly here, he's doing APT. Now we're running Nix, so we will likely want to do this as a series of Nix operations. All right. Okay, maybe I'm doing this wrong. Add project, Nix Docker project, NixOS. How to. Okay. Okay, this is cool, but it doesn't tell me a damn thing. Okay, not useful. Rootless Docker. Creating images. There we go. Hmm. Okay, this is actually useless. All right, well, I guess we'll figure it out. So let's talk. Okay, so oh, look at that. Let's go check that out. That looks pretty valid. Okay, what do we got? Default. Okay, so this is a Rust build environment, eh? Without Docker. Nix develop, Nix run. Huh. Well, that's nice. Okay. Well, let's see. Take a look at the Docker file. Huh. Really? Okay. And the cargo toml. Docker compose. We have services. Really basic. Really, really basic. I mean, it's exactly what you want. Okay, so... I'm just reading this over here so I understand what they're doing. Okay, so okay. Docker Nix. So you can actually just do the build image from here. I mean, that's interesting, but it's not useful. Okay, well, let's get started. Run my first container, build my first image. That's what I'm looking for. Build, push your first image, start. That's a YouTube video. Why can't anyone actually type anything anymore? Docker compose. Quick start. Import time. Okay. All right. So this I can understand. So we are going to install, we're not going to install Rust. We're going to install from NixOS. Right? Oh, that's nice. It actually looks it up for me. We'll call that init. There we go. And then we're going to have a workdir. And you know, I think what we're going to do is cunningly call this, oh, I don't know, how about Docker space? Okay, so everything happens inside Docker space. All right. And then we are going to run some commands. Run NixOS. So now we just look stuff up on Nix, which I know how to do. So let's start out with installing Rust. Oh, that's nice. There's a Rust up toolchain installer for... Now, what do you do by comparison? Yeah, okay. Nix environment. Nix shell. Okay, we'll do Nix shell instead. Copy. Right, oops, stop. So we're going to install Rust. And then what? Then we're going to copy, I guess, wow, I guess. Okay, run, and then I guess we're going to have to make a directory, -p, and that's going to be Docker space. Can't type. And then that'll be content, right? So we're going to have to do that. And then we have several things that go under content. We have a CSS folder. We have an images folder. And we have templates folder. Right? Okay. We are then going to need to do some of that copying stuff. Okay. Okay, so oof. Okay, so so then we're going to copy. Let's see if this will work. Content star into Docker space content, right? And then what else do we need to copy? Now this is interesting because this is just to run. I don't actually even need Rust, do I? Because the whole point is that this should be it should be a compiled executable. I shouldn't have to do anything else. I don't need Rust. I just need NixOS. Yeah, I don't need to do that. Okay. So we need that. Then we're going to need to copy, and this is where things get weird. Target. Let me go back down here. ls target. Come on. Debug. Okay, there we go. Right, that's what it is I want to copy. And that is just going to go into Docker space. Okay. That should be everything it needs. Then all I need to do is run the app. Like so. And then I will need to expose the port that it's running on. Oh, no, it's not. It's not run, it's command. Okay, so I need to... So this should be command, right? And... and then I should be exposing... well, I'm gonna have to put this on its own port, right? I can't use 8,000 all the time. So what's my rocket toml set to? I'm at 8,000. Okay. What I'm gonna do is change the port for the app to 902.1, and I'll just stick everything 902.1.1, and we'll start with that. Okay. Now I can't remember if 90,000 is okay. I think it is. We'll see if it builds. Yeah, okay, that is too high. Valid port range. I can never remember. Unix valid port range. 65,000. Okay. Okay. Well then, what I'm gonna do is 59.02.1.1, right? And we'll work up from there. Yeah, we'll start there. Here we go. Okay, so now it's listening on 59.021. So I'm going to have to change my firewall and... So that is 59.021. Right. So then I need to go to my NixOS, change my box config. Copy. And we'll set that to 902.1. There we go. We'll just drop off the top of it. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? I'm wildly overthinking this. Let's just knock that down like that. That's fine. We'll do that. We'll do that. We'll do that. There. That's fine. And we're back up and running already. I need to nix rebuild. So I'll show you what cat bin right. So that's all it does, right? it just sorts a bunch of stuff out for me automatically, including the Nix rebuild. It copies all my files. Here, actually, it's easier to read if I use the... There. So, copies all my files, runs the Alexandra on it for linting. So yeah. So I lint everything, I do a git diff to make sure I understand my own changes, I copy all my files over, including the appropriate file for the box. I run the rebuild switch, I throw everything into the log file, and then I check to see if I find any errors, and if I don't, then I go ahead and test the generation, commit, and do that commit automatically. That's what NX rebuild does. Just simplifies me typing the same 10 things over and over again. There we go. I know there's a way to change the styling on this. Oh, it's just settings, I guess. Yeah. Okay, here we are. Always show tabs. What am I looking for here? I think I'm going to switch to the Solaris Dark. There we go. I like that better. And then here, appearance. That's going to be a little bit easier, I think. Font weight normal, cursor bar, background opacity, we'll go to 50, yeah, 64, and then save, and then we can close that, I think. There. Okay, that's a bit better. Yeah, I like that better. Okay. So we're now running the latest version of this, so our tool here should continue to work. No, you're going to choke because you can't get to the... Okay, that's actually the right answer. So now I want to copy this to our page and go here. Oh, did I change my firewall? I didn't change my firewall. And I'm just going to call this 20, yeah, app 1. In there, and I'm going to have to rebuild. Oops. Yeah, I'll have to rebuild now. Right. Can I sort these by chance? Sort. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Right. And now Nix rebuild. Okay. So there we go. So now okay, and I need to change Nginx so that it's not binding on the internal IP address. Why do I have two of these running? Go away. Okay. NixOS search. Nginx services. There we go. And I want options, please. Listen address. Okay, let me just listen, please. Default listen. That's what I want. Okay, there we go. That's all I need. Services Nginx default listen. And the default default would be proxy protocol. What are you? Default listen address. Okay, so that's the one I need to change. You're the problem. Because I don't want that. Okay, copy. Let's go back here. I need to go back into my box config. And we'll tuck you in up here. And this is, yeah, okay. All I want it to do is listen on the external address. So we're just going to glom that, copy. And here, my full IP is the IP address I would like you to listen on, please. Like that. Okay, it's going to, oh yeah, all right. It needs the quotes as $, save. I forgot my semicolon again. Right. Yeah, right there. Okay. All right, and I actually want to move the enable up one. I'll move the recommended settings down one, there's my default address, and I'm gonna listen only on external to avoid proxy conflicts on localhost. There. All right, pretty straightforward stuff. One sec, just checking. Okay, cool. That's done uploading. Awesome. Let me close that. Okay, so rebuild the box, and that'll fix that problem. Bliff. What did I do? Yeah, exactly. Just default address, Michelle. Right. I skipped the think part of think copy paste. Let's see, we're going to work? No, we are not going to work. Why not? What's the problem? You're still not doing the right thing here. Okay, what did I do? Okay, there. You see what I'm doing, right? I've just got listen. That's wrong. I need to actually explicitly put my IP address in here, because otherwise it's going to listen everywhere, which we don't want. Now, can I do that? Yeah, that looks legal. Right. Hey, how you doing? Thank you very much, Wagafa. Appreciate that. I needed that, actually. I was kind of slumping pretty hard. Okay. Alright, and then I need to do the same thing down here. Hope you're doing all right. Thanks so much for joining me. All right, I think we're good. Let's try and get this to work. Alright, I need to put some music on here. Just suddenly realized it's awfully quiet. I don't like that. Extended mix, absolutely. Woo! There we go. . . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Let me know if the music's either too loud or not loud enough. Alright. Excellent, no complaints. So now, I ought to be able to go here. There we go. Awesome. And now let's just go verify that I'm on the right thing. 2, 3, 4, and then we'll shift click to make sure that we're getting a, yep. So there we go. So proxy services working properly. And that's important because it's going to allow me to do a bunch of other stuff later. All right. All right. Give me a moment here. I need to. Why would you do that? No. Really? Okay, fine. Get pull. Thank you. Get push. Everything's up to date. Excellent. Okay. Huh. Oh, yeah, hang on a second. That is because of a mistake. It's not supposed to be sub-only. So what it is I do is that, I put the channel in sub-only when I'm done streaming for the day. And it's supposed to, and I say supposed to, disable that automatically when I start streaming again. But apparently didn't do that, so I need to check that because that may be a regression. That may be a regression problem. Scenes. Let's go to intro, and let's go to Twitch. And sub chat we will set to here. We will go there, and we will set that to deactivate. And then we will go to here and follower chat, and we will deactivate. There we go. Yes, absolutely. I'm a very outspoken LGBTQ plus advocate, and I'm a men's mental health advocate, and I'm a veteran, which means that there's... Oh, I just saw your chat. Thank you. But what that means is that I've had a couple of dummies try and do stupid shit by coming in here and coming into the channel and posting stuff while I was offline. And reporting it. And that is a common tactic used against black and, well, LGBTQ and POC streamers as well. So my policy is that if my brothers and sisters in the POC and LGBTQ plus communities have to put up with that bullshit, bluntly so do all the white folks who watch my channel. Because I refuse to take advantage of the fact that I'm a middle-aged white guy. So if they have to put up with it, I have to put up with it. And if my users don't like that, I recommend that they contact Twitch and encourage Twitch to enable mandatory 2FA on all accounts. Essentially, you are not allowed to post in a chat. You're not. By default, chat is disabled for anyone without 2FA. And that would solve a lot of people a lot of headaches. So there we go. But yeah. All get my favorite documentation tool rolling here. There's my obsidian. Oh, obsidian, right there on my toolbar where I left it, you know. Okay. Not you. I want my file manager. I want NixOS. And here, I want a new note. We're going to call this Nginx. Proxy. Limit Nginx to external IPs only, or conflict with localhost services. We'll just plus that and save. Okay. And then I want to go back to VS Code and I'll just grab this server example here, boop, copy, and we're gonna go 1, 2, 3, and NixOS. And then we'll copy it again to here. 192.0.42.42 mythical internal IP. Right. There we go. Okay. All right. So, that's that sorted out. And that'll fix my problem with the MariaDB at the same time. Okay. So now... Now, do I need Rocket Toml, or is that... No, that's all going to get compiled into the executable. It's just... blah. That should work. Not sure I believe that, but we'll see what happens. So now, we're going to go here. We're going to... Okay, first off, let's commit all this foolishness. Yep, go ahead. Yep, go ahead. I should have put them in. Oh, those are sync. Those are syncs anyway. Oh, key phrase. I don't know why it does that. I thought I had that added, but okay. There we go. And then here. Alright, so the first thing is possible future use BG graphic for screen for project. That's the first one. And then here is port change. Yes, I have. I keep at this point basically I'm exceedingly content with Obsidian. I use it for both my novel writing as well as my my novel writing, my scheduling, and my documentation management, and it's just a do everything one tool. And technologically, it's all marked down in the back, which means I can literally just grab it and throw some of it into a website if I need it. Port change for better Nginx proxy. Commit. And commit. And then Docker file. Start work on Docker deployment. Okay, commit. And save changes. Okay. So, hypothetically, I should be able to quit that out. So now what? How do I run the thing I've just made? Web and Redis. Okay. Okay. Docker compose up. Well, I'm not... Okay, I'm not gonna... All I need is just Docker. Entirely legit. Yeah, I've actually picked up a couple of in Obsidian. I've actually found a couple of good TTRPG related third-party community modules that basically allow you to do skeleton encounters, have some of the OSR stuff built into it, and even a die roller. Right, you can embed die rolls right into the documents and have it generate the content on the fly, which I thought was fantastic, right? And it's all written in JSON. Not JSON, it's all written JavaScript, I think. Okay. And then... Okay, yep, we got that all done. Yeah, we got that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got. Okay, so then it's just Docker build. Name and tag of the image, huh? Oh, interesting. Oh, I agree with you, but yeah, so no, it's like, yeah, I agree with you. But for some folks, it's cool. That would be cool. All right. Let's see what we get when we do this. Okay, so it doesn't know what test latest is. just build -T here. Okay. Actually, give me a sec, would you? I need to fix something. I keep forgetting to do this. And then streaming, and I want stream elements. Yeah, login, Twitch. Go away. Fuck off. And then I want chatbot, chat commands. And then custom commands. That needs to go away for now. Turn that off. That can be turned off. That can be turned off. That can be just bit bucketed. Keep forgetting to do this, so just give me a minute here. Timers. Okay, so that's that taken care of. Now I just need to go sort out timers. Prime sub, cup of coffee, books, party timer, stream raider, D-recruit, go away. That, okay, those can just be turned off for now. There we go. Okay, and then here, those two can go away. Here we are. Exclamation mark, release the bats. Come on. Okay, and save. Okay, here we go. Yeah, close that. Okay. That's that taken care of. Okay, so now Docker Nix image. Look at that. Okay, latest. That's the one I want. Right? And then, so how does that play out here with my Docker file? Probably NixOS latest, like so, yes. See if that works. Yeah, there we go. Thank goodness for thank goodness for 300 meg to the poll. Well, we're actually probably gigabit to the pole, but we're throttled at 300. We're gigabit internally in the homeland. So. And let's be honest, the box I'm running this on is not the most powerful piece of kit on the planet. Hang on a sec. So, yeah, that's the beastie I'm running my Homeland stack on. If you are interested. If anybody watching is interested. But that's it. It's not a bad little rig. They're easy to set up. They come with Windows 10 with Windows 10 or 11 pre-installed. Double HDMI support is less valuable than I would have been happier if it had been double NIC support, but it's still valuable. You can get a lot done with it. The only thing I screwed up when I bought them was that it's UHD 600. It's not the Iris graphics standard, so it doesn't do acceleration. So I can't use them as a streaming rig, right? But they're not a bad little machine. They're easy to work on. Like you can see here from the internal, right? Oh, that is a SATA 3 port. Huh. I might, because I have a SATA 3 drive that I'm not using. I may drop that into my number 1 box and use that as my my database to expand my database. We'll see. Anyway, so yeah, and there you can't hear them when you're sitting right beside them, right? They're not bad little boxes. So, and the link I posted is an affiliate link, so I'll get like $2 if you buy one. But yeah, like I say, I like them. They're easy to work with. They're small. That is the actual size of the machine. Like, they're tiny, right? So yeah, they're really easy to work with. And generally speaking, plenty powerful. You know, I'm compiling stuff on them, and it works. So there you go. Okay. Docker PS. Anything running? No. Now, so I've built the image. Where did it go? Okay, so I would have to manually state the port? Why would I do that? I thought the whole point was... Well, we're doing expose here. Okay. Well, that's odd. Okay, well let's just test something here. If I just do a Docker run, right? Docker run, and then I do test latest. Executable not found in path. How do I... I thought the whole point was it was supposed to have copied that into the... Well... Okay. I thought the whole point was that everything was going to happen within the within Docker space automatically. Well, what we can do is we can modify our build, and we can run the command ls -lah/docker space, right? Okay, and then let's docker rm test latest. Let me just zap it. No such container. Okay. Docker help. Okay, images. Docker image. Okay, there we go. So Docker image rm test. Okay, so how do you get rid of the container? Docker container rmu. There goes Zot. Okay, and then we should be able to get rid of test. Okay, there we go. So now we're going to build this again. It's going to take a second. And I'm going to... Okay, so it's a tag, right? FTMR dev, right? It didn't show me it didn't export the content. Okay. The question is, where the hell's the file? Where are Docker images kept? Where are Docker images stored? There we go. Docker container. Varlib Docker. Okay. Okay, so we have images there of this. BTRFS. Okay, but that would, okay, so that's volumes. Containers. Okay. All right, so it's not doing anything very. It's not doing anything obvious. Okay, so that's Docker images. Oh, interesting. Ah, okay. Not running Swarm. Okay. That's really funny. Oh yeah, they'll be shown with these two options. They're not here. That's funny. Right. It says data file meta. No. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's not getting me anywhere. All right. So how do I debug it? Hey, what happened? Oh, I'm just trying to find out. Like, so, okay. I'm just curious, mostly. So I've created my Docker file, right? I've got it built. That's cool. Right. So now I want to actually run that Docker images. So let's run that. Docker run. It's just I know it's wrong, right? It's ftmr. There's a problem, and I want to see inside the container to find out what's wrong. And what I wasn't sure is if there was going to be a file list that I could just browse JSON blob or something to tell me what was going on. Because I'm getting executable file not found in path. That doesn't make any sense to me because I know it was copied. So, what I'm wondering... Now, we have a Docker thing. Okay, you're... Yeah, it is. That's what I was wondering. Yes, for lack of a better way of putting it, I was curious about... Connect registry. Docker Hub, Azure generic registry v2. And yeah, okay. Okay, this will only work on Docker images running locally, which is of no value to me whatsoever. Never mind. Okay. So what I'm trying to do, so let's look it up. Docker. Well, you see, that's what I'm curious about, because that would not be what the docs said. Docker image. Can't find exe. Oh, there we are. Common problem, apparently. Oh. There we go. So the example I was looking at was wrong. Common problem, it turns out. That's all I need to do. Okay. I guess we will rebuild our image. Now, Docker images. Okay. Docker image rm. We'll just get rid of you. Okay, that's just lousy. There's got to be a way to just... there's got to be a better, a more ergonomic way of doing that. Of removing dependency chains. You'd think I would be able to do like a supersede or something. I don't know, maybe there is. Docker build help. Well, that's kind of annoying. Ah, I can set the image ID. So, okay, well, then let's try something. Docker images. So then, let's just say I want to build the same thing again, but I want to use the same image ID. IID file is what they're using, okay. Now, did it actually do that? Yes, it did. Okay, so it looks like I guess it overwrote it? Okay. Yeah, because it didn't overwrite that. Because otherwise I'd see a different created time on it. Oh, no, that writes the image to... Okay, that doesn't do what I want. Yeah, you are correct. I did read it wrong. Oh, that's annoying. Yep. Oh, okay. It writes the SSA. It writes the SHA out. Well, that's not necessarily useless. But yeah, not what I wanted. So like if every time I do an update and rebuild the image, the Docker, it winds up generating yet another image that's chewing up space. That's kind of meh. All right. Let's okay. So Docker run that. Command not found. Well, that's awkward now, isn't it? Let's do something different here. FTMR. Let's just give it explicitly a short name. I want to see something. And I'm going to change this. And then we're going to do that. And this doesn't do anything. I'm not getting the output I want to see. Well, we'll find out. Hey, Tubes, how you doing? Okay. Okay. Nope. -I is interactive. That was one question I had. And -T is the other option I wanted. Okay. -IT. Yeah. And command. Yeah, because it cannot find the running it drops dead instantly, which doesn't give me a chance to look inside the container to find out what the hell's going on. Yeah, but that's the problem, is I don't know what the right answer for the entry point would be. Hey, Tubes, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's terribly kind of you. Required file not found. Required file not found. Apparently I'm not the only one who has this problem. Okay. What does the... Okay. Okay, so it doesn't know what Docker space is. Let's do this differently then. Present working directory, and then ll, ls minus l, a, h. I think the problem is I'm using NixOS. As dumb as that sounds. Let me go back here, right? let me just do the obvious here and go check and find out what the hell NixOS includes. Yeah, I may just be better off grabbing a, a generic Ubuntu or something. Where's my documentation? What's it do? Okay, that's ARM. It's AMD 64. There we go. I need to do a Nix channel update. Okay, let's do that. And then let me just do the obvious and bash. Okay, programs bash. Options. Okay, so I guess okay. Yep, let's do that. Okay, let's rebuild the image first off. Oh no, not another learning experience. There we go. Exporting image, exporting layers. Hard drive light is flickering like mad over there. Okay. Okay, cool. All right. Seems pretty obvious. I know what the problem is. Yep. Do you see the problem? It's not checking the... It's not checking the... It doesn't check current directory. So what's happened... PWD... So we're in Docker space. Docker space isn't on the path, so it doesn't... I need to modify the path. So let's just prove that. Export. Slash Docker space. Path equals... I always do this wrong, so I have to be careful. Slash Docker space, and then colon $sign path. And then which FTMR. Now it works. Well, I mean, that's... Yeah, I suppose you're right. I keep forgetting about that. So now I should be able to just type in FTMR. Required file not found. Aha, now we have a different problem. Okay, so that is... Okay, so it's actually doing the right thing. That's actually the application refusing to run. Required file not found, but it doesn't say what file. Yep, almost guaranteed. Now it's just going to be a matter of figuring out which ones. Right? Oh! I suppose that's probably a problem. Well, let's... We can fix that. Run nix shell. Well, that's easy to fix. Actually... There we go. So, libc, libm, libgcc. Okay. So how would we do this? Well... NixOS. Okay. Well, this is interesting. So then what? Well, we can find out most easily enough, right? Nix shell minus p, and then let's go find out what I need. So, Linux video. Okay, libgcc. And that's the just-in-time compiler, right? Grab that. Okay, minus P. And then libm. Just libm, it says. Okay, libc. Okay, I suspect all of that comes with libgcc. And LD. LDD. What do we need? glibc. That's what I'm looking for. And LDSO, yeah, okay. And we'll install libtree as well. Okay. Oops. Let's build that. Okay, so now we're gonna our Nix shell. Okay. Cannot execute. Okay, LD. Okay, well, that's good. We have some consistency here. And that's exactly what I was afraid of. Delta Bravo Charlie Whiskey. Delta Bravo Charlie Whiskey. Okay. I'm going to have to build the damn application inside the Docker component. Inside the Docker container. because I can almost guarantee you that doesn't exist. Yep. Oh. Yeah. So that's a problem. So I will need to build it inside the, That causes a really annoying problem, doesn't it? That kind of dramatically hoses the entire concept of exportability. That is a really bizarre way of doing things. Why would it hard code that path into the with the linker? Why wouldn't it make that a much more generic call? That makes no sense to me at all. Oh, I was going to, but I just don't know enough about WASM yet to do that. So what I'm doing, I mean, I can just do a Rust up in here and then build it in the image. I just don't know enough about WASM yet to build in WASM, right? So, yeah. So for now, what I'm trying to do is just build a self-contained Docker image that I could put into a Kubernetes cluster, for example. Yeah. Okay, so what I'm going to have to do is install Rust first, copy the whole project over. That's not hard. Build it. Okay, sure. All right. Now this is one of the best things about this. So we're going to go back here. We're going to find Rust. And we have the Rust, and we'll just do a Rust up. Oh, just Rust up. Yeah. Like that. That will, okay. Right. And then all right. So let's think about this. So I don't need this. Let's stop and think of it. Let's do some other things. So we're just going to copy everything. So copy everything into Docker space. Right? Then, so now, blah blah, I should have a working Rust environment at this point. So then, wrong button. Right. Now, we're going to do another command afterwards. And we're going to run cargo binutil, sorry, binstall, and then that is going to be cargo watch. That will give me that. And then I should be able to go here and do this. Yeah, I think you're correct. What I'll probably wind up doing is ditching... Now that I've seen what it's doing, I probably want to be building... do a build that's on a generic Ubuntu install. Right? Or a generic... a much more generic target. I'm just baffled why it is, when I have a compiled executable, I'm still working with the linked... with the external linked dependencies. Because... the whole point is I should be able to copy that binary to binary and just have it work. If I'm sort of tied to the machine architecture in terms of the specific file layouts. But that's okay. I mean, yeah. I can always put Docker on my workstation to do a local build that I can tinker with. I would rather not, though. So now, let's see what happens when we do this. Okay, clear. Clear. Right. Alright. Yeah, Docker build. Okay, we're running okay. There we go. We're doing our Rust up. Please hold, transferring content. 2 gigs and climbing. Thank goodness for sparse file technology. 3 gigs and climbing. Okay, we're copying everything into our Docker file, into our Docker folder. We're now Okay. It didn't install cargo. Why not? Yeah, but the actual error message was cargo was not found. Yeah. Pretty sure I know what's going on. I'll just verify it. Yep, that's exactly what's going on. So what happens is, as soon as it's not creating a chained workspace, it's opening a shell, executing a command, closing the shell again. The problem is that Nix shell doesn't persist across multiple across iterations. So if you close a Nix shell environment, that's it. You've lost. Right? It's gone. If I run Rust up again, it'll bang, I'm done already because it's already got all that data cached. And now I can do things like which Rust C and which. So I can't use Nix in a container because it's an ephemeral. I will have to actually change my base image. Okay, I get it now. It's just a quirk of the way Rust, of the way Nix does account persistence. What I would have to do would go through the process of doing a full declaration on my Nix environment and then process that. Yeah, so if you use the Nix shell, so what I would have to do, okay, let's see configuration, NixOS. Nix.conf is you. Okay, that's an interesting technical decision. Okay. Give me a sec here, just checking something. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Well then. So, just give me a moment. I'm just curious about something. NixOS rebuild. Nix build. That's what I wanted. NixOS rebuild. That's the command I'm looking for. Do you exist on this thing? No, it does not. So... yeah, okay. So the short version is that doesn't do what I thought. And will, I think, wind up being more of a problem to fight with than just using something that just does apt-get. So that's what we'll do. No problem. NixOS is actually quite cool. It's just the nature of Docker and the nature of NixOS seem to want to argue with each other, for lack of a better way of putting it. And I'm simply not in the mood to go through the process of trying to resolve that conflict. Particularly where I know I can just literally pull a Docker Rust image and be done with it. Right. Just one sec. There we go. Right. Yeah, see, there's extra runtime dependencies, right? So... Okay. Well, let's just go with their base concept here. There's no point in arguing with them. They have a working solution already. Let me just grab this. Alright, and then so... still going to use Docker space. right? And then, let's see here. How would I do that? Extra weird. Why would you do that? And okay. Let's see if that works. Yeah, I'm happy, by the way, if you're interested in chatting Nix, I will gladly give you a complete walkthrough through my system. Oops, wrong. It is I think anyway, that it's quite a good way to do declarative systems. I can basically spin up a complete machine ready to log into in about 5 minutes, just and it's got everything I want on it. What did I do? Yeah, it is cargo build. So, oh, you're talking about the, yes. And then I realized what I'd done. There's just a little bit of lag. Sorry. Okay, let's do the obvious. I just want to get it to the point where it works once, and I'll add and then I'll re-add the lines that were marked out. Yeah, what I want to do, Wagafa, is just get it to the point where the simple version works and we see it up and running, and then I will worry about going back and adding the minimal tooling version, which is what I should have done to start with, right? Make it work, then get complicated. we go again. All right. Okay, so PWD, Docker space, and let me exit. Yes. Yeah, okay, I'm in the wrong box. Okay, let's start from the beginning here because I think I'm complicating my life. Docker images, containers. Let's start with containers. Okay, there are no working containers. That is the correct answer. Images. Okay, let's just zap a few things. RM, can I just zap all of them? No, it doesn't like that. Okay. Okay, Docker container RM. From now on, I run it with the RM flag. Ditch the images. Didn't I just do that? Oh! Okay, Docker image prune. There we go. Yep. Docker container prune, perhaps. Okay, there we go. I keep forgetting this is a thing. LS containers. Remove all stopped containers. That's what I want. Yep. Thank you. Okay. No containers left. Thank you. Nice. That's getting kind of annoying, you know that? Officially, these aren't here. Okay, well, let's, okay, I don't have any container LS. Okay, thank you. Cool. Cool. All right. Let's try and get this. Okay, so now we're going to choke here, cargo install path. It doesn't like that. Key, a version key for the package. Okay, let's go back to their example. And just grab that much. And we're going to do that. Actually, we're just going to do this because I want to check a couple things. I mean... I don't understand what's different here, but sure. Cargo build, yep. I think you are correct. And then here, I think the correct answer is probably cargo run, but... Well, I mean, if I do, yeah, cargo build, and then here the correct answer, I suspect, is cargo run. Alright. Failed to parse the manifest. Okay, cargo build. Hell, yep, here we go. Manifest path. Okay. Right. That ought to do it. Let's try that. Yeah, you'd think that too. That is literally the job of Workdir. Like, what the hell? Build minus T? Yeah. Okay. You'd think that, but apparently that's not what's happening. So let's do something else. Like, seriously, if the only way I can get something to work is if I define my dev environment as a Docker container and build in that container. Ugh. I mean, sure, but ugh. Just feels inelegant. Like my understanding, the entire promise of Docker is I should be able to take an application, wrap it up, and ship it. Not that I should have to build the entire thing in a one-off environment. Well, yeah, at that point, you're basically building an RPM, and I don't understand the difference. Right? If I have to ship all of the, if I have to ship all of the library, again, if I have to ship absolutely everything, at that point it's an RPM, and I don't understand the difference. Yeah. At one end, you've got a virtual machine, and then with the other end, you've got an RPM. And my understanding was that Docker was supposed to be a compromise between the two. Okay. Yeah, let's see what we can get happening here. Huh? Oh, okay. Because it's running a bash instance, it wants me to log in. Docker. Right. There's FMTR. And I would like you to run that. Unable to find image. What? I'll run by image ID then. Thank you. Can we be less stupid in the future? Yeah, there's my cargo lock, there's my cargo TOML. There's cargo help works. Oh, for God's... You're kidding me. Is that what I did? Thank you. Gosh. Yep. I'm getting frustrated is the problem, but okay, here we are. That's cool. Cargo build. Can I do that? Yep. I mean, that's pretty obviously working. Cargo install. I'm curious about something. Okay. Awkward. Okay. Let's try this. I'm just curious about something. Okay. Now, cargo, bin stall, cargo watch. Cargo, bin stall, help. Can I default a yes somehow? -1. That's what I was hoping it would be. Okay, there we go. Okay, right. Okay. Alright, we'll try cargo run. Like, I thought the entire point of build was it was anyway. Oh, wait a second. It's because I'm being... Yes, there we go. I didn't give it a job. So it's going to take a sec here to kick up. You have to specify targets like everything else, right? I'm being grumpy, so I'm making mistakes. I need to chill a little bit here. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to take a break, stretch my leg, get myself something to drink and a cookie, and I will be right back. So cargo format is not installed. Okay. It's up and running. Hold your nose, see what happens. Pull pin and throw, as we say. No. Why? And that was instant. Because, that port is not exposed, is the problem, I suspect. Fuck. But we're heading the right way, I think. Okay. Docker Hub, right. So I can manually specify the port. Yes. Hang on. Yeah, sure, if you'd like to. One sec, I will post the link. Okay, so... Right. Okay, let's see what happens now. Alright, so we're gonna drop out of this. I'm gonna exit this. Docker PS. Okay, so it shut itself down. Now, so we've got to, let's just do, okay, let me commit what I've got and push, and I will send you that link. Yeah, there we go. Working towards working container. There we go. They don't have a easy way to just open the Git from here. That's kind of trash. Oh. There you go. Have fun. Okay. I'm not surprised that this part happened, by the way. Unbelievable. Like, I am absolutely gobsmacked. Seriously. That is pretty damn impressive, really. Okay, let's... Absolutely stunning. Good news is that doesn't need to be here. There. Curl not found. Really? Alright. Well... Wow. Okay. Okay. Well, fine. Remark that, remark that, remark that. Command. Can you at least do a cargo build? Cargo run. Can you do that? Okay, that works apparently. I mean, I'll just write a bloody shell script and embed the whole damn thing in the shell script if I have to, but that seems to defeat the point. Right? I'm just absolutely staggered by this. Like, what I'm doing here should not be difficult. Okay, we have a Docker image. Right? Okay, build is good. Are we running? I can't tell. We are running. Okay. So now, does this work? No, it does not. Alright, so now the question is why? Weird. Okay, so we're seeing the connection attempt, right? That's my workstation. That's the server. We're trying to connect on 9021, trying to forward it to localhost 9021. And we're getting nowhere. Okay. So, I think I know why. Okay. I think I need to explicitly state ports. I was figuring it would just do that, but apparently the answer is no, it doesn't just do that. Yeah, you need to explicitly state the port range. I don't understand. Aha. If you... Why would you do that? Okay. So it need the minus P in there. Okay, that's just weird. That's a really odd way of doing business, but sure. So minus P 9021 colon to 9021. So grab the exposed port. I suppose, yeah, okay, fine, sure. I get, nah, yeah, okay. If you want to do large-scale deployments with parallelism, sure, okay. I'm just baffled why it just doesn't do that by as a default. If I say I want to expose the port, just do it. Oh. 1, 2, 7. Are you gonna cause me to... No. Alright. Now I gotta figure out... So it runs its own proxy? Okay, that's not useful. I mean, you can turn Nginx off, but doc. Okay, Docker use proxy from host. Oh, apparently I'm not the only one that has this problem. Okay. run container with proxy. Load balancer is what I want. Docker use Docker behind load balancer. It's using Docker Compose with the load balancer in the thing. That seems okay. That's just bizarre. Okay, let me think. Docker userland proxy localhost only is the question I want. Docker oh oh okay, well that's easy enough. Etsy Docker. There we go. That's what I need to do. Now I just need to go here. Whoops. Okay, I've got way too much garbage open here. I'm confusing myself. Close, there. Copy. Nix options. Okay, userland. Docker userland. Okay, okay. Daemon settings. There we go. Okay, so it's just blob. Sure. Alright. Daemon settings, right? Let's grab that. Turn it off here. So I need to go to my NixOS. On the host. And then there. That ought to fix that problem. Oh. Semicolon. Okay, that's legit. Let's rebuild that. Yeah, no, there's something weird going on, and I know exactly not enough to solve it, so I'm going to very systematically hit the problem with a hammer. It is no doubt a path... What? Let me guess. Path not defined, or what? Yeah. Remove the quotes around the run command. That is literally what the documentation says to do. You know that, right? Unbelievable. Okay, well, let's get a build going. No, it actually works. It also fixes the problem if you remove it from the run command. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I misread what you said. Yeah. Unbelievable. Glom bomb done, eh? Although, honestly, I don't need cargo watch anyway. Then, I think about it, doesn't do what I want anyway. I'll just drop that. Those can go away. Yeah, I mean, now that I know what the problem is, yeah, okay. Yeah. Almost guaranteed, yes. However, Watch isn't going to do what I want anyway, because the contents of the container aren't going to change, which is what Watch does. So so it's good to know this fixes the problem, but I actually don't need that. So, KISS principle, right? There. But that explains why it tried to treat the entire thing as one concatenated string as opposed to, yeah. Wow. Okay. That's frustrating. Grindy. Oof, yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. Welcome to my world. Oh no, not another learning experience. In other words, he probably would have worked just fine with NixOS. I'll worry about that another time. Weather can notification. Heat warning in effect. Oh, charming. Oh, thank you very much, Tubes. Appreciate you hanging out. I'm glad you're finding it. You're going to sound really odd, but I'm glad you're finding it educational. That makes it worth doing. Yeah. That's part of the point, right? I'm learning and giving everyone else a chance to as well. So, thank you again for the sub. It helps. It really does. Okay, so apparently I have a working container. So I'm going to take 9021. Except okay, yes, I've turned off the user space proxy. Okay, so yeah, I don't need this anymore. Why are you trying to bind on the external address? Stop Docker binding to external container to external IP. Okay. So I could this should be legal. Invalid host port. Okay. So its own documentation. So the documentation as quoted is apparently that's IP. Fuck no. The solution is not use IP tables, you goon. IP double-colon port? No, doesn't like that. Okay. That's better. 127.0.0.1. Got it. Okay. Actually, yeah. No, never mind. Just go. Alright, while that's chewing, I want to go look at something. What did I do with my realm? Okay, not the brightest way I could have done that. Okay, this is going to be my LB. You know what? That's just... Okay. Now here... And this is going to be load balancers. 1 is going to be that. This is going to be K8 boss dot that. Does that make sense? Let me think about that. K8 node 1. We're going to change that to MGR. Alright. And we're going to grab that, copy, and change that to a 2 and that to a 3. Okay. You're being odd. Why? No, don't do that. That will cause me no end of grief if you do that. What did you break? Ah, that's what I broke. That. Okay, there we go. Better. Okay, cool. Okay, we are launched. Still no. Alright, so let's try the obvious. What are you listening on? Right? Netstat.l, I think it is. Aren't you... Why am I not seeing my Docker space running a listeny thing? Okay. Okay, so officially that's listening on the right IP. Docker PS. Do you see what it's doing? $32,768. I told you not to run. Okay. Okay. Stop. Yep, stop. Do not remove the container when you're done this time, please. I'll worry about that later. Okay, that's fine. So let's get back to the way that this tends to behave anyway. Right. So the default IP address for Rocket is 8,000. And we're going to intercept its... So Docker doesn't directly translate. So we're going to rebuild this container. Go. Shouldn't be much. It's just a small IP difference. Yeah, there we go. We're done. We're largely done building already. Right. A lot of this stuff is now cached, so it's going to come together much more quickly. And then I will change my run statement to expose it to hook 8,000 to 9021, which is what I will get the Nginx to connect to. While it's doing that, we're going to go here. We're going to go to, yeah, it's fine. Docker run that. Echo that into a file that is going to be d.run. Then I'm going to micro d.run. And we will connect to 8,000 to 9021. And we're going to change the name to FMTR 9021, because hypothetically, if I wanted to, I could run multiples of these, each on a different external port, right? We'll save that, we will quit. chmod d.run. Still chewing over here. Yeah, it's a 2-minute export, I think. All right. There we go. Do something, would you? Okay. Control A, Control C. No. Oh, I'm in the wrong window. There we go. Top. Four. There was a way. Okay, well, let's start out slow here. So it's 4 uppercase Z, uppercase B. Z, B. Oh, well, look at you. Arrow keys to... Okay. There we go. And then W to right. W, 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 yeah, we'll go with this one. A. Oops. Enter to commit and end. Okay. That's a little hard on the eyes, isn't it? Yeah, I don't like that. We'll go with that. A mode required. Eek! A seg fault. Huh. Hmm. Hmm. Wow, look at that. Okay, so 4ZBE 4 3 2 1. Yeah, we'll go like that. I like that better. Uppercase W, thank you. Z B E Z E uppercase W. X is the sword field. Okay, I see. There we go. Okay. There. Okay, we are up and kicking on 8,000. That's interesting. We'll shut that down. We can derun. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. Docker ls. Docker ps. Okay, Docker containers. Okay, no active containers. Images. Right? So I have a okay. Docker run. Can I just do that? No. ftmr dev. Alright. That's already in use. Why am I not seeing my containers? How do you run a container? Container. Run. Okay. Restart. I guess that one? Yep. See what happens. Okay. So I guess it's up and running? Docker ps. Okay, that looks right. Does this work? Still no. Why? container's not answering. It's doing the right thing, right? Docker, okay. Docker cannot connect to web app in Docker container. Here we are. Curl command, let's try that. Clear. Curl localhost. And first off, what's on 8000? Nothing. 9021 then. Nothing. Okay. Docker logs contain. Okay, container ID. Docker PS. Docker logs container ID. Rocket is launched. It's running. Nope. Seven dot zero dot zero dot one 8000. No. Oh, for good grief. You're kidding me. It's back. It's literally backwards. What? Why would you do that? No, it's listening on 8000. Okay. You would think that, yes. Except that it doesn't. right? What are you doing? That's the question. No, that's the right answer. Okay. So the app is internally doing the thing on 8000. That's not the problem. Right? That's the HTML output from it. So we know the application's working. Okay, I can't shut it down. That's fine. That was a curiosity test. So yes, that's fine. Okay. I can't get at it there, right? That's predictable. Can't get at it there. So, its Docker isn't... What are you doing? And yes, that's exactly what should happen. You point at 9021, and you should get that page of content that you just saw come up in blob text. Alternately, hang on a second here. If you just curl version, right, you'll get a much shorter version, which with the application version information, just a little blap, right? It won't, yeah, it won't go through the job of trying to actually generate content. It'll just vomit the app version. But I am, yeah. And that stat's not here. Okay. That's got to be wrong. In the Docker container on 8080, it's literally backwards. The port you want it running on, the port it's outputting to. So it's not from to, okay, so the problem is the Docker, the launch command's backwards. All right, ps ax docker ps docker kill. Okay. Okay, it's down. Cat run d or drun. Okay, so That's spectacular. Okay. Micro DRAM. Okay, so IP is going to be this. Sorry, this is just driving me batty here, so we're going to do this. Oh, fuck off. Right, IP, in, inside is going to be equal to 8,000. Outside is going to be 21. Okay, so it's exclamation mark IP colon, and we put outside inside. There. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. It doesn't want to do that. Cat D. Oh, that's really annoying. Okay, so I can't recycle the name. Alright, there. Is it? Okay, there's nothing up and running. Okay, can't really do much with that. I was hoping I could be able to dynamically flop the ports around on a running container. Okay, attached, running container, create a new container, export as a tar, exec. Okay, interesting stuff. And then I need to give, and then I have to pick a container. Okay, that's good to know. some of these spares and extras. Okay, we are out of containers. That's nice. Docker prune. Image. Prune. Yep. Yep. Thank you. Okay, we have... Alright, that's... So all I want to do is run that one. Okay. So drun, and this is going to be FMTR 9021. Okay, that's fine. Just run. Do something. Make me a thing, make it work. Okay, we're most of the way there again. Okay, we're now listing on 8,000. Keen Goldstein, okay. Curl. Nope. Still doesn't work. Doesn't work again. I do not understand. What are you doing? You're kidding me, right? No. Like, I do not understand that. Like, you son of a gun. What are you doing? So the app is there. All right, I think I know what the problem is. Let's test the theory. Because this is smelling like a networking problem at this point. Yep. Okay, it ditched that out. That's fine. That was kind of predictable, actually. So Docker. Okay. No. Are we back to complaining? No. Oh, that's nice. It actually it actually threw the container log up in here. That's kind of cool. Yeah, what did you do? Exposed port is 8,000. Yeah. Which debug it? What debug output? Back here. Yeah, that's, Journal D. Yeah, it's journal CTL at minus F. Doesn't do anything of value. Okay, right. You stupid thing.
There's a mark for a kill, so I'm guessing you at least one was wounded.
Look at that.
Excellent. Well done.
So something is listening on that port. But I also noticed something's listening on this port. Empty reply from server. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're not getting here. We know that. Connection reset by peer. That's an improvement.
It's not heavy, no worries.
So it's doing something. All right. Okay, yep. That's what I should have seen there. Good. Yep. Okay. Ah. Net equals host. Okay, so we're gonna go back here. Docker kill, and then you just go away. Docker run Mr. Goldstein, and I want to do network dash network equals host. Let's see what it does. Okay. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if it would. What I was testing to see is if it would grab the container by the name, because it has a name for it, right? So I was just curious if it would run it that way. That's why I was checking. Um. Oh, it actually wants that last, apparently. Okay. No, it doesn't. So Docker container. Now, what's annoying is it doesn't show them all here, right? All. Okay, there we go. Container. What else can I do with containers? Can I update that container? Okay, what kind of flags? Hey, Loxby, how you doing? Dash network host. No. Okay. Docker container update. Oh, thank you. We're having a learning experience. Okay, that doesn't help me a damn bit. There's nothing there that changes, so I'll have to rebuild the whole container to change the network configuration of the container. That's kind of a drag. All right, I think. Okay. Okay, well, Docker run, we won't bother naming it, actually we're just going to go 1708, and then -p, I am attempting to get my application to talk to to my load balancer using a Docker container. So we'll build ourselves a new container with that flag set and see if it does anything interesting. Yeah. Oh, now I did it. Thank you. Now you got me second guessing yourself. Stop. Okay. No, it's ignoring me. Well. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, I've got I got 90 gigs left. I don't care. For some reason, I was thinking I'd be a lot tighter than that. But no. A metric oodle of space. Never mind. So what I've done, Loxby, is written a simple app in Rust. And when it's, and this is on a remote box I've got here in my home lab that I'm SSH to. And when that app is running, Nginx on the box runs properly as a load balancer and forwards the port onto, as I expect, so I can connect it from my workstation, which is where I'm streaming from, and you get output, works fine. So now what I'm trying to do is take that working app that I know behaves the way I want, and shove it inside a Docker container, which I've never done before, and get the port forwarding to work so that if I wanted to, I could have two of those sitting side by side on different ports, and then, yeah. We're having a learning experience. Now, while that's chewing, cat etsy hosts. What did it do?
And then almost directly
Okay, cool.
there's another little farming village. Do you have that one yet?
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. We're almost up and running. Okay, rocket is launched. Docker PS. And okay, so now I see something sitting on port 8000. Yeah, I'm very new to Docker. There we go. Got it. Okay. So now, now that causes its own problem, of course. Right? So, let's... Okay. So there we go. We can see we got my log response. We know we're good. So now the question is... Because I know the Nginx part's simple, right? That's not a problem. So now... So... Okay. So now what I'm trying to do... So now this thing basically does a one-to-one mapping. Alright, so what I did... Now this is... You could argue this is good or bad. So what I did was I applied the network host command. And what that does is said, stop running your own private network, just glue yourself to the network wherever you think you fit. So it stops trying to do its own complex port forwarding from its local network and Docker and just says, I'm plugged into this host, I'll just sit here. Right? So, now there's a problem with that, is it shows up on whatever port it's running. So now I can't run two of these things side by side, because they're both going to show up on 8000. I would have to modify my application to dynamically accept the port command. Not necessarily a bad thing, but awkward. So now what I'm going to do is, so I have 8,000 exposed, right? There. On Rocket Tommel. So what I'm going to do now is pop up here, here, yes. And we're going to make a change to my port forwarding. We're going to listen on 8,000, port forward, yeah, listen on 9021, port forward to 8,000, which is the app. Let me rebuild the config. There we go. Okay, so now that should have, no, this thing's still up. That's interesting. I had sort of expected it would die, but okay, we're here. So now I go here to my 9021, I hit try again, bang, we get it. Yeah, nice. There we go. All right, so now becomes the question, like I say, other than modifying the application to accept the dynamic port ID, if there's a way around the new problem I've just created. In the short term, I'm not that worried about it. I'm to this point. So we have a Docker container running the application. All right, and if I shift click again, yep, so we're not reading cache there. You can see stuff's changing in the background, right? So yeah. Okay. So now, okay. Okay, Docker PS. There we go, right? Now, because it's never quite good enough, let's try the obvious here. P minus P. Can I convince you by chance? And it's out, it wants the outside parameter first. And it wants the inside parameters, the inside port second. Can I convince you to do that? Go. And this is why I was hoping to not have to dynamically recompile the bloody container every time, right? Because it takes like 10 minutes to spin a container up. Completely defeats the purpose. I can launch a VM, and I can use Ansible to launch a VM in this much time. This makes no sense to me at all. I wonder if the problem is because I'm doing I'm wondering if the problem is with the initial problem, for lack of a better way of putting it, is because I'm not doing a release build, I'm doing a debug build. It's dragging a bunch of dependencies with it that it shouldn't. Right? Okay. Cargo chef will do. Okay, so we're running on 8,000 now. Our netstat, LNTP, thank you. What are you listening on? You're listening on 8,000. Okay, so you didn't do what I asked you to. That's what I thought you were going to say. PSX. That wasn't so bright. Oh, that's what that is. That's my... Okay, that's VS server that's running on that port. That's what the weirdo is. Okay, cool. Oh, interesting. Yeah, this is what I was looking for. Okay. Okay. That's really interesting. I'll have to play with that. So that's still functional. Okay. And if I try and go to 8,000, it should bark at me. Yeah, we're in a timeout. That's exactly what's supposed to happen. Yeah, well. But yeah, it means that parallelism now winds up on the side. Now winds up a port problem. So I'm not a fan of that solution, but it's better than it not working at all. But as they say, this shouldn't have been this hard. It really should not have been. Okay. So... Alright. Okay, well that's cool. So now I should go back to here, be able to turn this off. Clunk. There we go. Shut down, right? And then Docker container start, and we want the 1720 version. Yeah, I mean, Fidelity, excuse me, Wagafa. Yeah, the short version is I got a lot of reading to do on Docker. And it's the other way around. It would be 9021 and then 8,000 because you put outside. It's outside inside is the order of is the port order, which caused problems earlier. Okay. So that is now back up and running. I shift click, I get an answer. And yeah, we're good, right? I mean, that's going to be a brat. You know, every time but, you know, I'll sort that problem out later. Because, like I say, if I have to, I can check for, well, I'm going to have to do it anyway, is check for a, command line argument. Well, yeah, I'll check for command line argument on execution time and set the port based on that, but... Ugh. Okay, so now what? So I have a working Docker space. So clearly the answer is break it. Let's indulge in that, shall we? Let's copy Docker file to dockerfile.2, like so, and then let's go nuke our Docker file. And since it doesn't matter what we call it internally, I'm just going to borrow his example. Alright, let's see what happens. I am curious. We'll use that phrase. Oh, I grabbed the wrong version. Yeah, it's this one I want. Right. So let's see what it does. I'm curious to see how it works. And then yeah, we'll see what it does. And this will be version 1732. And it doesn't matter what the port numbers are officially. I'll specify them anyway. Yep, published ports are discarded in host network mode. Well, actually, that's the funny part, is that I think it's going to rename. Oh, yes. Well, no, it's going to call the binary app right there. So, it works the way it is. If I understand what he has written there properly, yep, should just work. Excellent question. I can't, at this point, I don't know. We'll find out in a moment. Okay.
My eyes feel very decent on the trees.
The problem is that they don't actually say how it's. I mean, that's fine. Let's do that. Docker build an image. Yep. Right. Yes, I see what. Yep, I see how it's working now. We'll see what it. Yes, and I think that's the secret to the sauce. Interesting. Okay. That's the theory, yes.
0.5
Right. Okay. I think I... Alright, so... You were correct. Wrong... So I need to change the build target. That's fine.
No, it's true. If you did that triangulation around the circle, I thought for sure I lost it because I went in two directions and couldn't find any more grass.
Right. I decided to just... Yeah, I suppose you're right. This one needs to be different, though, yeah. Copy. Right, so yes. Okay, let's try that again. Yep. So that command didn't quite work. It didn't do what I thought it did, but that's alright. I'm okay with that. Wow, what a difference. Yeah, okay. That's cool. So yes, unless there's significant changes to the dependencies, bang, we're good to go. So now we've got a Docker build, right? Yeah, absolutely. Docker compile, Docker container start, and what do I call it? That'd be you, I guess. Nope. Hang on a second. Docker image. I'm curious about something. Oops, no. Okay, so there we are. So now we want to do a Docker run on that. I do not understand what just happened. Yep. Yeah, so... Yeah, of course. That. Right? I thought... Yeah, okay. I thought I'd fixed that. That's my bad. Okay. The good news is, rebuilding it ought to be pretty straightforward. Just build that. Wow, is that so much easier on the CPU as well? Well, because it's just doing linking, it's not compiling, right? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Okay, I need to add another copy. Okay, yeah, I need to add another copy into this, is what's going on. Alright, that's fine. And then we're going to say... Okay, so content. Alright, so I'll need to run a make directory -p content, right? Then I will need to copy from content everything into content. There, right? Okay, let's do that. There we go. Okay. No, still not. Okay. That shouldn't have been necessary, but we'll check. Okay. Nope. Okay. Let's see what's going on inside. Ugh, I know what the problem is. Okay, I'm sorry, that's me just being slow. I'll let it finish and I'll... So the problem is that the application looks directly under it for its content. It's not there. So what I actually want to do is change where it's... Yeah. Okay, that's... And yeah, I'm just going to literally call this, because otherwise I have to, well, I suppose, doesn't really make a difference, does it? I could, if I wanted to, create a subdirectory and a user local bin and stuff it in that, but that seems silly. How about we... make a directory under opt. We're going to /opt, and then we're going to do that, right? And then we're going to throw our app, our content, into /opt, right? And then we're going to drop our binary into /opt. And then we'll set our entry point into /opt. Betcha that works. Wow, what a difference that makes. Thank you. Okay. Right. No. Why would you do that? What are you doing? Alright, well, let's go see. I think I know what it's doing. It's just incredibly dumb if that's what it is doing. I would hope it's smarter than that, for lack of a better way of putting it. Oh, for fuck's sakes, really? So it built half the container and died. Okay. Opt. Yep, it's exactly what I thought it would do. Well, actually, I'm kind of puzzled about that. Well, let's see if I guessed right, and then if not, we'll mess with it some more. Okay, here we go. Nothing here, right? ls minus law. Yeah, law. Opt. There's our app. That's, yep, so this should work. So if I go to now, what is the actual entry point that it's going to use? It thinks the correct answer is that. Copy. If I do that, what do you do? Uh-huh. Well, that's better. Aborting due to socket bind error. Okay, that just means something else is running on that port right now. Okay, that's better. Docker PS, what's running? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Docker kill 1720, please. Thank you. I really don't understand what they were trying to do there. Like, I do not understand why that shouldn't work. That should just work. Let's prove that. Yeah, I think you were on the right idea, Wogaffa. Okay. I mean, alright. Right? There we go. Yep. There we are. A lot less log output because you're running in release mode, right? Okay. And let's get out of here. Yeah, it takes barely more than 30 seconds instead of damn near 5 minutes to 7 minutes per build. What a huge difference. There we go. Running. Right. Awesome progress. Okay, let's get that out of here. And let's get that committed. Okay, what are you complaining about? NixOS. Make some changes. Some changes. Oh, key phrase. Hang on. Okay, and then this mess. We're gonna unstage that. Yep, goodbye. And y'all here can do that thing, and using Cargo Chef to improve Docker compile times. And commit. Boop. Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's pretty damn clever shit. Okay, let's go back over to here. Docker. Okay, let's get out of my Nix shell. Docker PS. We have a running thing. That's cool. So now we're going to Docker container prune. Yep. Goodbye. Yeah, that much disk space. Okay, recovered file, 4.5 gigs of space. That's nice. Docker image. Docker images. Yup. Docker image prune. Yup. If I don't need you, go away. Oh, nice. There we go. Okay. Okay. All right. Yep. So we have our running image, and it's 87 megabytes. That's pretty impressive. Docker containers. Docker container LS. Wow. What a huge difference. 87 megs. Well, call it 88. 88 megabytes versus gigabytes of disk that we were using before. Pretty damn cool. And Control A0. Oh. Okay. Ooh, that's fun. I actually like this better. Okay. We'll put you there. Okay, cool. And then I should be able to then Docker container, and then, for example, start. And we have our 1806 right there. So now that should be up and operating. And yep, we can see that we booted, right? We can see what we're listening to. And then again, if I shift click, we should get a small error message because I don't actually have favicon defined, right? There isn't one. So it's always going to throw a 404 on that point, but that just generates a little bit of log noise. But otherwise we see the application is working. Alright. Well, that's kind of cool. So I guess the next thing at that point becomes determining, if I care, ultimately, for the purpose of the exercise, is how do we tell Rocket from a command line what port to run on? So, Rust Rocket port. Select Rust Rocket configure port. There we go. Right. I need to do this sometime. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. Configure Figment, merge the port number. And I set it as an external object. Alright. Huh. Well, that's cool. Okay, so then becomes the question is how would I pass that to the app? So let's Docker pass environment variables. Oh, you just run with a -e. But the catch is that it bakes the environment into the image. You cannot tell the image on launch what to use. Okay, so I could use... Except the expose doesn't do what you think it should. Interesting. Okay, that's clever. But it does not actually fix the problem. where yeah, I mean, yes, create an entry point for Bash. I mean, I could get silly, create an entry point for the Bash script, which tries to which pings the IP the pings a port, and if it gets an answer, then it knows to skip ahead one IP. But that seems goofball. But the answer is that once you have it locked into an image, you cannot. Docker container run. Okay, let's test something. I don't believe you, but let's test something. Oh no, okay. He's doing port management. He's doing the inside-outside port routine. That doesn't help me. Yeah. Yeah, so from the looks of it, oops. So yes, it can be done, but it has to be done at go time. There's no... Right, so what I would actually wind up doing is building two images, set them on different ports, as their environment variable, and go from there. Yeah, okay. Not the end of the world, but not elegant either, right? I'm gonna need to get back. I'm gonna need to actually sit down and do the reading on the on Docker networking, because obviously the correct you know, while I've brute forced the solution, it's not really doing what I want. Okay. But it is working. That's cool. And I'm very pleased about that. Okay. So now... So now how am I gonna... So now we're on to the next problem. Yeah. And that is... What's the best way to do this? Because now... Right... So now, what I have is this application, which does what we see here, right? Ta-da. Ta-da, I said. And, not bad looking output. It does what I want. There is an entire chunk of output missing. That is something that needs to be generated by a second application. So the question, I guess, is do I spin up a new project and do that, or can I open... Is it... Where the idea is that this is supposed to be essentially an MSA, do I put that second project into its own space, or do I just create, you know, here, hey look, a folder, and instead of doing it as a mod, then I would actually build it as its own separate application and compile it separately as a different launch target completely. Right? All right, well, let's ask the first question. How can it, is it possible, Rust, to executables, how would I do, Rust compile different binary files. Multi-binary project, that's the one I'm looking for. Okay, there's a classic, so, okay, yeah, there's my classic. We have a daemon and a client. Very good. Oh,
Yes, and we know that this is an area, this is a good area.
well, ain't that just tidy? Source, okay, so I would create,
Probably set up my own stand anyway.
okay.
Because I find they're easy
Open
to,
this up, please.
hunt from these stands.
So in cargo toml,
But I couldn't get a shot at him while he was chewing on it because it was too close to
okay,
base.
that's cool. And this is version,
It's a little rough.
okay, we're actually at version 0.06 at this point. There we go, right? Cool. Now, we have our dependencies. And then I just throw,
Hunting for a while, so I figured we would make on for the next waypoint. And worst case scenario, we hop her up to one we already have, and we'll do the others the next time we're ready.
and we just grab that. And I guess we toss this into here. And yeah, well, gosh, ain't that kind of cool. All right,
So,
and so we would have to change our sources. I'm okay with that. Okay, so this is going to be tavern.
I figured it was the fact that you've been in the same
This
area
is going to be
for several
NPC,
hours,
right?
and while we've brought down lots of game,
And I don't understand why it would say bin there. That makes no sense to me whatsoever. We'll change that. Oh. Nope, we're going to get rid of it because it makes no sense to me whatsoever. Let's go back over here and look at cargo targets.
to the stand I was in, and we needed to move the other side of the tent. I'm sorry.
Okay. Really.
Come on, stick your nose in it. I'll take the tent over here.
And so we get required features. We have. Okay. So we create two binary. Okay, that creates our binary targets for dash dash bin. Cool.
For anything. I'm not taking any chances.
And in this case, we're going to call one. And this one's going to be NPC, right? And this one's going to be tavern.
I hope not.
Okay, that's kind of cool.
That's a little surprising.
So then I need to create two new folders here. All right, where are we at? Let's save that cargo toml,
I'm not seeing anything on the far side.
right?
Then what's the reason
That's what I thought you'd say. All right, and this is prep for multi. What was the official question we asked here? Multiple binaries. right? So we will commit that. Thank you. And sync that change, and then we'll go screw up our folders. Okay, so. Yeah, I just saw that. I'm just gonna finish up here, and yeah, I just got prodded by my roommates about the time I need to go cook supper here, so I'll go work on that in just a minute. So we're gonna go to source and then new folder, and this one's gonna be called NPC. Boop. And we'll move that into here. Yep. And that was actually not the smart thing to do. We're gonna move this up. Yep. And we're just gonna ditch that folder. Yep. Go away. Yep. And then no, where did folder go? What did it do? Put it back, please. Yep. Okay, there's my fantasy NPC folder. How about what I just do is rename this to just NPC? How about that? Right? Seems clever. And then this is going to be named main RS, like that, right? And then I'm going to create a new folder, and the new folder is not going to go there. It's going to go here. And it is going to be called Tavern. We know that, right? Build here. And then all of this stuff goes into Tavern. Like that. Yes. Move them. And there we go. That's kind of okay. So that's cool. So that'll be the next thing I work on. Is we've got our Docker running. You know, it's doing its thing. So now we can get on to we can make this work. That's kind of nice. All right. Okay. So here. Okay, and then we can just do a Docker container stop on 1806, like that. And then Docker PS, right? Nothing running. And I go back over here, and I try and go to my tool, and I hit shift click, and I get no answer. Perfect. We are good to go. And then here, well, I'll worry about the rest of it. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So we're going to grab this. I'm going to commit these changes, but I'm not going to sync them because this is a breaking change, right? Obviously enough, we don't want to do that. Click. There we go. Right. And moved sources to subfolders for multi-binary. There we go. All right.
She's faster getting my ass up into the stand. If you'd been in the stand first, you know that it would have been me getting my ass cheated.
Okay. There we go. So I will, yeah, so that's the big deal will be for tomorrow. Now, I'm curious, well, no, I'm not going to get into that because I'll squirrel myself. Okay. So, yeah. And container, we can start 1806 again. PS it again. It's running. Back here. Try again. Yep, just like that. Okay, that's cool. Alright, so progress. Bit head scratchy, but it is progress. I have a lot of reading to do. That's the ultimate story on that. And it's largely the network side of Docker, right? But we'll figure all that out later. Okay. All right. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm actually very pleased about that. A little frustrating in the middle of it all, but now that we're here, cool. But, yeah, such is the nature of learning, right? So, I'm going to wrap it up here. I do need to go make supper, as I said. Didn't want to get started too early where we have a heat warning on the go. The idea of going to the kitchen and warming the whole kitchen, baking the kitchen with me, and it didn't sound so smart, so, yeah. But I'm going to go outside to my aquaponics, harvest up some fresh greens, and probably do up an omelet for supper. That's lots of protein, lots of carbs, not too hot, not too heavy, right? So I think that is the cunning plan. Yeah. So I'm going to wrap up here. Thank you so much again. I probably will be back at this again tomorrow, Monday, because ongoing project, for lack of a better way of putting it, this is my job right now, is working on this project, so that I can demonstrate that, I've done this stuff and I can make it work. So lots of learning. It's a journey, right? In the IT biz, in any biz, I think you need to be willing to put the time in on your own dime and continue your own education. So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm having fun with Rust in a way that I'm not used to. I'm used to programming being, something I'm okay at, but also rather, something I put up with because I'm okay at it. Whereas Rust actually is fun. The foolishness with Docker was sort of the first time that I kind of went on this project. Or I was getting frustrated because stuff just didn't work the way it ought to, quote. Yeah. Or what I think it ought to, which is not always the same thing. Let's be honest about that. I'm a middle-aged white guy. I have an overinflated sense of my own opinion. So, or the importance of my own opinion, rather. So, yeah. But I'm pleased with this. NixOS continues to demonstrate that it's kind of cool. Little disappointed I couldn't use it cleanly in the or in a coherent kind of way, for ad hoc containers. But now that I see the way that Rust Chef works, it doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter. I'll just build it. Yeah, I'll worry about, other things after that. But in this case, if I'm just building Rust apps, I'll just gonna use Rust Chef and be done with it. That's just so clean, tidy, and fast, which is my point, right? That was the thing that was escaping me, was the notion that, what is it, if I have to go through this whole song and dance every time, what is it giving me over a VM? Well, the answer really was nothing. I was winding up with 6 gig images that were taking 10, 20 minutes to compile, right? What the hell? The Cargo Chef, huge improvement. So thank you again. So yeah, that's the big takeaway from this, and we're going to go ahead and wrap it up for today. So thanks again, folks. whatever games you're playing, wherever it is you're at, whatever programs you're working on. Best of luck, and we'll see you all again soon.